So, good morning, everyone, and welcome to today's study workspace. And please remember, okay, let me share. I was told I should be sharing, so let me share the live with other people here. Yeah. Okay, let me see who I will share with. This. Let me just share that there. So, welcome to today's study workspace. And today is another day. This is a Thursday, so we'll be working on our task. Remember, to get the best out of this space, you will need to get your 3 priority tasks, and you will need to work on that. Don't bring everything to the table because it might be overwhelming, and here is a productivity space. So we teach you how to be productive, how to manage your time, how to manage your energy, how to manage your focus, especially this time that we are in, that is the digital age of so much distractions, from notifications, from emails, and so much going on in the social media. So many people are very distracted, and that is taking their time away from their productivity. So if you join us here, we'll be working using the Pomodoro section, 50-10, which means we'll use 50 minutes for deep work and 10 minutes of mindful break, because human mind is designed to work better that way. Human mind works better in short sprints, so we use the short sprints. We work with deep focus for 50 minutes, then after the deep focus, then we go for 10 minutes of mindful break. And our logo here is that you should be present in your work and be present in your break, be present in your rest. So you choose when to rest. You have to tell yourself the time you are going to take out for rest today. It's not just all about work, it's about being productive. It's not all about doing more, it's all about being efficient, which means you produce more with less energy and without wasting your time, without wasting the resources. And it also will help you to be healthy, because if you're taking enough rest, you will be more productive. When you take rest, you gain clarity, you gain focus. But if you keep working, you know, the slogan, oh, you can do a little more, okay, I still have a little energy, let me do more, okay, 1 minute more, 2 minutes more, and you keep going until somebody will break down. That is not how to work. How to work is for you to plan your day. When you wake up, as we are awake now and we are starting our job, so I'm just telling you how it works. If you are going to your work today, or you are reading, even before you start the reading, before you start the work you're doing, I want you to factor in your rest time. So put the time that you want to rest in it. Is very important. As you're leaving, you tell yourself, okay, I'm going to be working from 9 to 5 or 9 to 10 or whatever hour it is. So choose between these times when you are going to be resting, and don't work at a stretch like 3 hours, 4 hours, 6 hours without rest. No, that is not, it's no longer you being productive. What you are going through is burnout, and before you know it, you are exhausted. And again, I want to remind you that the right time to rest is not when you are tired, when you are not when you are already exhausted. That is not the right time to rest. When you are about to get exhausted, you know, some people say, okay, let me wait when I'm about to get exhausted. No, the right time to rest is when you are not yet exhausted, when you are not yet tired. The best time to rest is when you choose to rest. This is because if you don't take your rest yourself, if you don't plan it, if you're not intentional about it, your body is going to take that rest. Your mind is going to zoom off on you, and that is when you see people making mistakes, and that is when you will see yourself. If you're a student, if you're a writer, you are reading only one passage, you are trying to write only one sentence, and it will take you like 3 or 4 times the time it should have taken you. So the best thing to do is to factor in your rest in between your jobs, in between the times that you are working, and then you work more efficiently. Is very important. So when we start today, how it works is that you bring 3 priority tasks. And how do you know your priority task? Is because you will have to check all that you have to do within the day, which one of them is important. Then you put it, you write the important things and you put them in the order of priority, and you look at it and say, okay, which one is urgent? Okay, which one should I fulfill the deadline now? Okay, which one can I finish? Then you bring them and put whichever is important and the urgent is the priority. So bring only 2 of them or 3. Don't bring more than 3, because that is overwhelming, and that's when you see people procrastinating, because they want, okay, I will do it later, and later will become never. So you need to just bring the manageable ones, and when you bring it to the table, I want you to break it into manageable chunks, what you can finish within each 50 minutes. And so, okay, I'm going to be writing the introduction, I'm going to be doing the correction, I'm going to be reading only this paragraph or this within 15 minutes, which is achievable. So it should be achievable, and you put it, and for that 3 tasks, you break it into those 50 minutes and allot time to them, and that will make you to work more efficiently. And before you know it, when you finish, you feel less guilty, you feel less stress, because one thing I want to bring to you is that procrastination brings more burden. It gives you more stress. It makes you feel guilty even more than starting that job itself. So once you want to procrastinate, or you're bringing that, you tell yourself, okay, I can just start small. Start. And when you start, because you are moving, progress brings motivation. You start moving, you keep doing it. That is how to start. But once you keep it and say, okay, later I will do it, it's not because you are lazy. It's not because you are you don't know what to do. It is because you are afraid of failing. You're afraid you can't finish it. You're afraid of so many things that you put it off, and your mind has a way of protecting you, telling you, okay, you can do it later when you have this or that. No, when to do it is then. Immediately your mind tells you, okay, you can say start then. Mistakes is a way of learning too. That you didn't get it all right perfect is a way of learning. There is never a perfect time, and there is never a perfect version of whatever you are doing. So start now. And if you are joining us today, whatever that has been, maybe it's been in the backlog, okay, I will do it later, please bring them out and start prioritizing them and see how much you work. And if you are a student, you are struggling with your results, you are struggling to read and understand, I think this is the space for you, because here today we'll be talking about how to study effectively, how to study the right way. I used to put that, maybe I'll bring it back again, I don't know if it's still that, if we still need schools in this age of AI, in this age of smart technology. That is when I'll have to break it down, talk to you about it. Yes, we still need school, because school is far more than that, which we are going to dig deep into. So if you're a student, you are struggling, join us. Or you know somebody that is struggling to read and understand, or you have so much. Well, I'm a teacher, and I've taught even those you know, the sandwich course that they come, the adult education. Yes, I've taught them. In the university, yes, I've taught. Yeah, so I understand those things. If you have a lot in your hand, you have a family to take care of, you have a job to provide for your children, and you have bills to pay, it's difficult to read and understand. So I will tell you how to study easily, and it will make it easier. Not just the certificates. When you come out, you see yourself having the boldness, having the should I say the you know, should I say effrontery to say, yes, I did it myself. I did it myself, with all the pride. You can just stand up and say, yes, I'm more knowledgeable than I am when I entered this school. So you be bold to do it. But if you did it with AI, or you paid somebody to do it, you will come out an illiterate, and that is not what you paid for. So I will teach you how to study well, how to study effectively, and how to improve your memory is very important. And in all this, remember that rest is important, and you are the most important components of your success story. So take care of yourself. As we work today, please join me, and as you're joining, come with your snacks, your healthy snacks, not just every snacks, your healthy snacks, and water, maybe juice, whatever that can keep you hydrated that you want. Please put it by your side and walk along. So we do it 50 and 10. That's 50 minutes of deep work and 10 minutes of mindful break. And during the break, that is the time I'll be chatting. So if you have any of this question, any question around what I've been saying, you can put it in the chat, then I can talk about it during that time, during the 10 minutes. And each 10 minutes we stick to that time, then we move into another deep work time. So our break happens 10:50, 11:50, 12:50, 1:50, 2:50, and the last one will be around 4. We do a whole 4 hours, then we wrap up. That is just how it works here. So join me and please support this place by just being there and bringing others, because me, I will be happy seeing people that paid their school fees being learned, should I say being wiser, being equipped with what it takes to survive in this environment we are in. Is very important. And there is something that wouldn't go out of style, that is learning how to learn, knowing how to understand, learning how to learn. So we are starting now. I will be speaking again once it's 10:50, and thanks for joining me. So it's our break time now. It's time for us to be on our break, a mindful break, and time for us to chat for those that wants to chat, and for those of us that wants to go on a break, so you can go stretch, have your snacks, you can have a tea, you can meditate around this time. But the key is for you to be present in your break. It's very important that you are present. So try as much as possible not to take your work along, or to start completing the work you couldn't complete during the break time. So during the break time is important that you take care of yourself, take care of this most important factor, which is you. So let's look at the ways to improve our productivity, still a way of improving our productivity. So for those of us that have family, if you have a family, you have children, you have people to take care of, you have a full-time job, and you are a researcher or a student, I know how that feels. If you have your hand full with tasks and you are struggling, so let's discuss in practical ways how to manage those, because it's still possible. Humans are not just meant to be academic, or maybe they are only social, or they are only married. No, you can do all those things. If you have them, you can combine them, and there is a way of going about it, which is not just all about sacrificing one for the other. Because some people, they will end up going to school and their family is sacrificed for that, or they are taking care of their family 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, even 10 years, that they are still studying and they are not able to graduate or to pass. So you can see that one aspect of their life is suffering. So let's be realistic. It's not easy. For me, like having a full-time job, doing your research, being a creative writer, writing books, and then you have a family, is not something easy. It's demanding. And many people, they have dropped off from school. They have either maybe resign from their job, or they are having a lot of problem to handle with their jobs, just because of handling these multiple jobs, because there are multiple roles which you have to perform, and they don't really look alike for all of them. And most times you need to go to job, you come back, oh, you have to meet the deadline for school, you will need to take care of your kids, you will need to have social life also, which is very important. Calling your parents, calling your friends, having tea, attending events with your friends, those are very important. But how do you manage all of them as a student? How do you manage all that as a mother or a father? How do you manage all those things as a friend? Because you need to be there for your friend, you need to be there for your family, you need to be there for your studies, you need to be there for your full-time job, because you need to pay your rent. This is especially for adults, for those that are already grown and they have to take care of themselves. You have bills to pay, and you have your dignity to protect, because you need to work, and yes, you are earning for yourself, and so many things that you have to do as a human being, which is time competing, which is energy competing also, because it's not all about time, it's not all about, you need the time to go through all this, you need the energy to answer this, to answer that, to do this. So how do you go about that? The first step is to have a realistic time assessment, which means you should assess your time. It's not just you making ideal timetable. You know, those ones that they give in school, they are ideal. You expected to attend this, you expected to do this, you expected to do that. So those ones are very ideal. So we call them the ideal timetable. But you need to have a realistic plan, not ideal plan, because now you are not only a student, you are not only a researcher, you are not only a parent, you are not only a friend or a mother, you are not only doing that job, you have other things to do. So you have to make it realistic. It's just like you were asked in an interview, how do you manage multiple jobs? How do you make sure that you meet deadlines and all those? So it's important that you let them know also that it's not all about the job that they are going to give you. Also have your family to take care of, because any one of those aspects of your life, once it suffers, you are going to be should I say, the job also that they offer you will suffer. So what you need to do is to have a realistic plan. You need to plan to add all these things in your plan. So this realistic plan, now you need to do a time audit. You need to put take pen and paper, and for it, they will say ideally, but for me what I do is to do it weekly. I first did weekly. You map every 30 minutes what you're using your time to do each day. So you woke up in the morning, let's just say you woke up by 5, you say okay, 5 to 5:30, this is what I did. 5:30 to 6, this is. So you do it every 30 minutes. By the time you do it 3 days, for some that their life is quite should I say, they have a routine, it's quite easy to see where the energy and where the time is leaking from. But for me to be realistic, but because I want it to be something that will last a long time. It's not something is going to give me a long time goal. It's going to give me a long time achievement. So I need to chart it for 1 week. So if I do that for 1 week, exactly, I will see what is taking my time. I will see where to cut down from. I will see where to add. And there you'll see that most times maybe it's in between job. When you finish from your job, you came back home, you are talking, you are doing so many things instead of going straight to the next job. That may be where your time is leaking. It might be leaking from scrolling and scrolling and scrolling. And you told yourself, okay, I'll be studying, I'm going to be doing this research between this time and this time, but you found yourself scrolling. So after each 30 minutes, just write down what you use that time for. You will see exactly where your time is leaking. Is very important. So once you discover it, you start making adjustments. Another thing you should do is to identify your golden hours. There are hours that your concentration, that your focus is high, that you have the energy to do the most work, when your mind is clear. And most people is towards maybe early morning, and some people is towards before they sleep. That is when they have the clarity of mind. So you need to ask yourself, when do I have this energy that yes, I can work for a long time, I'm not tired? If you chat, and if yours is like in the morning, then you go for that morning. It's for many people, it lasts between 1 hour to 3 hours. They can give power time to whatever they are doing. So if you find out that, please, you use it for the most important thing, like the things that you use your brain to do, like studying, like writing, or maybe you are doing analysis. All those things that you use your mind most to do. So you use your power time, that time, to do it. So another thing you should also do is to plan weekly. Don't plan daily. That's the mistake many people make. They plan daily. When they wake up in the morning, they start dishing out the task they are going to do. Okay, then you remember, oh, I need to do this. That's how stress sets in. So you need to plan weekly. You will have monthly plan even, but weekly works better. So when you put it from Sunday to the next Saturday, okay, these are the things I can do. When you bring them out, so you look at it and prioritize and say, okay, within this week, this is the priority task, this is what I must achieve. And don't make it more than 3, the things that you must do within that week. So you put it there. So when you put it there, then these 3 goals, like, you have to name them. It's not like just saying, okay, I must do 3 things. Name them and put time that you're going to do them on them. So you put it there, assign time slots to these 3 most important things that you want to achieve. So the rule is that there are times that you have the energy, use it for the most important thing. So we'll be talking about time blocking your life next time, next break, that we are talking how to time block, because you need to time block like a pro if you must be productive. If you want to manage these aspects of your life, you are a parent, you are a researcher, a student, you have full-time job to do, you have so much. You, like for me also, you have your creative writing, which means you write books. That's part of what you do, and you have full-time job, you have children to take care of, you have your research to do. So when you have all this to do, you can do it, but you must learn how to time block, and you must do it diligently and strictly. In a way, you time block it and protect it. So we are going to be talking about how to time block the times and the things that you can put, the things that can change. That will be during the next break. So we've come to the end of this break time, and it's our Springtime again is our time for deep work, and we do deep work for 50 minutes. Then we go to break for 10 minutes. During the break time, we chat. During the break time, we can talk. So if you have any question around what I'm saying, you can put it there. Please remember, in this space, be kind with your words. So I'll be speaking to you again once it's 11:50. So it's our break time again. It's once again the mindful break time. So you can go your break or you're listening to what we'll be discussing today. That's managing your energy and your time as someone that has so many roles. You are working, you have a full-time job, you have a family, you have studies to do, maybe you're researching or maybe you're a student and you have others. So I can see Chile. Thank you. Thanks for coming. Welcome. And for many that are joining us now. So this is our break time. You can have a sip of tea, a sip of whatever you want to drink that keeps you hydrated, and healthy snacks. You can have them. You can go for a stroll. That's just like 10 minutes. And the 10 minutes is quite a lot to clear your mind for another 15 minutes. So that is how we do it here. So we have these Pomodoro sections that goes 50-10. That's 50 minutes of deep work and 10 minutes of mindful break. So now we are on break, and my mind is off the work I'm doing. Is a lot of calculation, so I need a little clarity. So we are talking about how to manage your energy, how to still have all those roles and still be productive, because so many people they have so much doing that they are should I say overwhelmed, and they keep procrastinating and thinking, okay, I will do it later, I will do this next time, maybe let me do it tomorrow. Most times you see that next time or later means never, because when you put it off, you start feeling guilty over it, you are stressed over it, and the load of procrastination is far heavier than just starting. So it's always good you start from wherever you are. And we are talking about managing your time and managing your energy. If you have so much role to do, you have your full-time job, you have to be a student, you need to meet up the deadlines, because all these things are something that they are all part of you that demands your attention, and you cannot do it effectively unless you have plans. I've seen people drop out from school. I've seen people drop out, even resign their job because they couldn't manage. And some people neglect their family. This ought not to be so. Let's just use the Bible word. It ought not to be so. So there is always a way of managing, of doing those things, and your life won't suffer and you won't be stressed, and you won't neglect any part of your life, because they are all part of what makes you who you are. So for you to do that, first you will need to be realistic. It's not an ideal situation, because an ideal situation, whatever they call ideal, because when they say you say, okay, that's a doctor, okay, that's a teacher, okay, that's a nurse, that's this, and that is what they think you are. But beyond that, you are more than that. You might still be that nurse, you must still be that doctor that have children to take care of. You are still that doctor that has a wife, has a husband. You are still that doctor that has another hobby, maybe a writer like I do, or maybe you have other research to do, or you have another job to do. You are still that writer that have family to call, your parents, your siblings, you have friends to be there for them. So to manage all this, you must be realistic with your plan. It's not an ideal plan that you need, but you need a realistic plan, a plan that works. And for you to do that, the first thing that you have to do is to plan, to audit your time, which means you should check how much time you spend on each of the activities of the day. So how do you do that? You take your pen and paper and write down every 30 minutes what you do. And if you do that for 3 days, you might be able to see where your time is leaking from. You see where you are wasting much time or much energy that you need to cut down from. Or for me, because I like it very realistic, I will do that for 1 week. That is how I normally do. If I change maybe from country to country, I go to another place, I'm going to stay long, I have something doing, so I'll have to monitor, okay, this is what I've come to do. I need to understand it. Each day I will mark, okay, I woke up at 6, I woke up at 5, between 5 and 5:30, what did I do? Between 5:30 and 6, what did I do? So when I do that for 1 week, I will get a realistic picture of what my day normally looks like, so I can chart from there. From there I will know, okay, this is where my time is leaking, and this is where my time, I need more time, so I start making adjustments. You need that. You need to do the time audit. and you are not just doing anyhow time audits. Okay, these are the big things that I do. Okay, I cooked now. Those little things that you do, every little thing they do, go to the bathroom, you put it there, and during this time you write a detailed account of your day each day for those 3 days, and see where your time is leaking. It might be leaking from you going from one job to the other. It's okay, let me rest, even though you didn't need rest. Okay, somebody start calling somebody because you think, okay, I finished this fast, I will do this before that. So you check in between job whether it is leaking there or it is leaking from you scrolling. It is very common for us, especially those of us that are using the internet. You are always working with the internet, you're working with the screen. Before you know it, notifications will be popping up. You can use the ad block actually, or somebody will be calling. Before you know it, you are typing, you've zoomed off, and you are somewhere else checking something else. So you check if your time, because after 30 minutes you can show exactly what you were doing. You can write it, you can remember it. You see where your time is leaking. Another thing you need to do is to check yourself, identify the golden hour for you. What time of the day are you more energetic? Do you have your you are clear-headed? Do you have this clarity? You have your focus that you can work for 1 hour or 2 hours to 3 hours. So if you find that time, dedicate it to the things that matters, to your studies, especially the things that you use your brain to do. Those are that's the time for it. So fix it at that time. So the next thing you should do is to plan your life weekly, not daily. Don't plan daily. Planning daily will make you to be micromanaging things, and you see things popping up from. But if you look at it for 7 days and plan, okay, these are the things I have to achieve within this 1 week, it makes your life more organized. And again, it's not that you're going to bring everything to the table. What you need to bring to the table should be like your priority task. You say, okay, within this 1 week, there are 3 things I must achieve, and these are the 3 things. They must be important. It must be something that is urgent, or maybe it has reached the deadline, or the things that is at the season that you should do it. If you are going to be producing something that you sell at Christmas, or you are going to be you're writing a book about Christmas, you are not going to wait for it till January. You know that won't be the season. So there are things that are urgent. So you put your priorities right and choose 3 things that you ought to do. So now, after that, if you have done that, the next thing you should do is to start a realistic time blocking of your life. It's very important. Time block. And you time block like a pro. I mean, you time block with, should I say with, let me not use that word before it sounds merciless, but you should be very, very accurate in your time blocking. Make those tasks manageable. Cut them in manageable chunks and time block. Put time to them. Like you wake up in the morning. You wake up in the morning, you know the time you normally wake up. If you're an adult, if you're up to 30 years, 25 years, you should know the time you wake up. If you wake up every day by 5, then you check from that 5 to let's say 10, you sleep 10, then you know that you're working between 5 a.m. and 10 p.m. So you start fixing tasks. You start fixing tasks. You're not going to plan based on the task. You are planning based on the time of the day that you wake up. So when you wake up, you might, if you're a student, like I was telling my friend, the first thing you should do is to check between those your job time, check between the time you wake up. You know, so many people, they wake up in the morning, they think, okay, let me rest, okay, I have to attend to the children, and they are thinking and making plans for 2 days, 3 days on the bed. You know, I'm exaggerating, but that's just it. They waste a lot of time. Do you know that if you wake up by 5 and you read between 5 and 7, you have already read for 2 hours, and that can do a lot for you. If you woke up, let's just say this morning you woke up around 5:30, you start studying between 5:30 and 7. That's before you even start attending to the kids that will be going to school. You've already covered 1 hour 30 minutes in studies. If you do that every day, there is no way you miss your deadline. You will achieve quite a lot. But many people think, oh, 1 hour 30 minutes is very small. Oh, 1 hour is very small. It's never small. That is why you should put a time to it. Once you put a time to it, you will know that this is what time it is. It is for this, so you give it to that. So put that time for your studies. Put that time for your writing if you're a writer, or your quiet time. You know, if you want to meditate, put that time and make sure that you observe it. Then the next one may be your job. You already know that you're going to work between 7 or maybe 8 in the morning till 5 in the evening, if you do 8 to 5 or whatever. If you are doing a long shift, most times there will be days that you are not working, so you leave those work days for work day. Don't go mixing things up. When you mix things up, sometimes you see yourself getting confused. It will not look like it when you start, but with time you see yourself getting very confused and very forgetful. So you need to time block. We are still talking about the time blocking when we go into the next break time. This is our deep work time now. So I thank everyone that has been joining, so you can invite others who continue. So if you have problem planning, or you have problem managing your energy, or you have a lot doing, you can just pop it in and let's look at it. I will even teach you how to make the Gantt chart, which helps you. So if you visually, you can see each of the tasks and the time allotted to it. Is very easy, and it makes you more productive and you have more time to yourself. So we'll be speaking again, continuing this topic once it's 12:50. So we've come to the end of this section. This is another section, and it's a break time. So during this break time, I want you to go on your break. If you have to go for a walk, you can go for a walk. You can sit here and chat with us as we chat here. We are talking about how to manage multiple roles, because most humans, we don't just have one role. Most times we have many roles that we need to manage. You need to be a family person. You need to be should I say, you have your work, your full-time job that you're doing. You need to be your friend. You need to be a friend. You need to be somebody each time. So it's not an easy thing managing all those roles. So we are looking at how to manage the roles. How do you manage these roles? How do you be all this at the same time, and none of them is suffering? Because most times you see people, it's either their family is suffering, their study is suffering, or their research is suffering. So it's always like that. There is always a trade-off, something that they will have to give up for the other. It's ought not to be that way. There is always a way of managing them all. There is always a way of you being human, because you are full of possibilities. You have a lot to do. You have a lot in your mind. You won't allow all of them to go to waste because you don't have the time, or because you didn't plan well. So there are things that you ought to do to manage your time. There are things that you ought not to give your energy. So you need to be careful what you give your energy to. What is it that takes your energy? What is it that takes your time? So you need to chart your time. You need to time audit. You need to do time audit, and you need to plan weekly, and you need to be sure what you are doing each time. Okay, if they ask you in the next 1 hour, what are you doing? You should be able to say that. So if you're on break, please go on your break and enjoy your break time and be present in your break. Make sure you are present in your break. Don't just be a workaholic. Don't just keep working and it's okay, let me finish a little more, a little more. You know, that is how it goes. A little more, I can do, okay, just 1 minute, please, 1 minute more, 2 minutes more. And that is the minutes of your break. Your break is not less important than the work, because you need your break to work well. You need your break to be a good a productive person. You need your break for clarity. You need your break for you to be focused. You need your break to be healthy. So your break is not less important than your work. So you need to just put that in mind and schedule your break every time. Schedule your break and make sure that you take your break serious. Make sure that you take your break time, and yeah, maybe if you need to go for a stretch, you go for a stretch. If you need to eat, you eat. If you need to do meditation, those are allowed during breaks. So during break, make sure that you take your break, be present in your break, and be present at work. That is just it. You need to be present. It's not because most times, because you don't take break, even when you are working, you are not present in that break, because your body is going to take that break, your mind is going to take break, no matter how you plan it. Unless you are going to be on survival mode, and being on survival mode for a very long time is not healthy, and you know it. With time, you start getting confused. Your ability to judge, your ability to take decision will start getting dull, that you can't even take decision very quick as you ought to. So take your break serious, and make sure that your break is something that you value. Let everybody working around you or working with you, anybody that is connected to you, know when you take break. They should know when you rest. They should know when you sleep. It's very important. So we are talking about time blocking. So you need to time block your life. If you want to be productive, you are not going to be planning based on the task you have. You should be planning based on the time zone. So you zone every time to a job. It's okay, between this time and this time I'll be doing this. It's very important. After you have made the audit, you've done the time audit, you know what you ought to do, you know where to cut down from, you know where to add more time, you know what you need to do. Then you need to time block. So if you wake up in the morning, you put if your own energy time, that's your own golden time, is in the morning. That is when you have the best focus, the best clarity. Then do the mind work, the things that uses your intelligence, then do them. Then when you are doing them, make sure you are present in them, and don't think that 1 hour is too short or 30 minutes is. If you woke up, let's just say you woke up 6 in the morning. If you're somebody that wakes 6 or later, just use 1 hour, you can use it for reading. If you wake up by 5:30 or by 5, you can have 2 hours of reading, 2 hours of studies before even the children wake up. So take that serious. Take every minute and make it count. By the time you know it, you still be this person that will achieve all you want to achieve and still have enough time to chat, have enough time to scroll, and take your break serious. So the next thing is to look at the job. Don't mix up your job with other things. When it is time for you to go to your job, that is what gives you the money you spend. So you be present in your job and don't think about other things. Why people mix up things is just because they don't plan. They didn't plan to be in that job. They have other things they are doing, so they are doing everything at the same time, and you cannot do everything at the same time and not mix up things and not make mistakes. So when it is time to go for your job, go for your job. And remember, like I told a friend, I said, okay, let's just say your children, they close from school by 4, or maybe you pick them up by 5. You know, between that time, you just have like 20 minutes, 30 minutes, you can settle them in. Within 1 hour, everything is okay. Let's just say between 5 and 8, which is 3 good hours. That should be a family time. It's a time for you to spend with them and be present. Make sure you are present then. Don't just start thinking about other things or things that you couldn't finish in the office, things that you should do, things that you ought to do. You know, there are so many ways of putting it. But be present with them between that 5 and 8 p.m. By 8 p.m., they should be in bed, or maybe they're already winding down, you know. Once that happens, you can start reading. You can start studying. So being a student, being a researcher, being a parent, and maybe you have your hobby like I do mine, you have your writings, your creative writings to do, you have you are still a full-time job working person, then it's not something that you should take lightly, because it might affect you. One aspect of that your life might suffer if you don't plan. So you need to plan. If you plan well, you can still do them. From that 8 till 9:30 is 1 hour 30 minutes, and 1 hour 30 minutes, if you add it with the one you did in the morning, 1 hour 30 minutes, it's already 3 hours you've given to your studies. It's already 3 hours you've given to your writing. If you are already tired, maybe you've rested, between 3 hours you should rest, yeah, and do other things at home with your kids. And again, within that 3 hours, within the 1 hour 30 minutes, you can use it for light writings or things that doesn't really task you much. Use it for those ones. So that is how to use that. Then you can go then you look at your weekend slots, or maybe if you are working long days, you know, some people, they work, instead of working from 5 to 9, from 9 to 5, they are working from 9 in the morning, maybe from 7 in the morning to 7, and you have those long shifts. There will be days that you have your free days, so make use of those days. You can sleep in, you know, you sleep a little longer. When you wake up and the kids are no longer at home, like my normally, these, if they are not on midterm break, they should be in school till almost the time I finish. So you make use of that time to do your work, to do your studies, to do your writings. When they leave, you sleep in around 7, you wake up, you do whatever you have to do with them as they leave. Then that's it for you. From 9 till maybe 4, you have all the time for yourself. So you take care of yourself, you read, you do your studies. If you keep factoring in this and don't take any time as if it is just too small, and you factor in time and time block, then you will see that within a week you can have up to 20 hours of studies. You can have up to 15 hours of studies. You can have up to 10 hours of studies. That's a lot. That can help you achieve quite a lot, more than you can imagine. So take your time serious and time block, and keep this time as if you're keeping an appointment. That's how I treat mine. Keep it as if you're keeping an appointment. They are home, but they know that yes, every Wednesday and Thursday, even when normally I don't stream, I will be in the office. I will go to where I read. I will go to the office and sit. I will have to do my research. I will have to do those things, because this is my free days within the week that I don't go to work. So I use it. So if you have such time, or you are doing 9 to 5 to 9 job, then remember that you still have from that 5 to 8 to settle them. From 8 to 9:30 or 10:30, you can do 2 hours of work or 1 hour 30 minutes, and that is a lot every day. If you do that one day, that's within 2 days, you've already done 3 hours. If you are doing 1 hour 30 minutes, another 2 days, that's 6 hours in 4 days. You can imagine how much you can achieve within every evening if you are reading or you are doing your studies. So time block, and it's very important as you are time blocking, keep it as if you are keeping appointments. Don't play with it, and that will help you to have free time to do other things. Like we are saying now, you will see that yes, it's quite easy to do these things, and you still write, you still be a parent, you still be a full-time worker, you still do your hobbies. That's it. It can still all happen. So we've come to the end of this break time. We are starting another deep work time, which is another 50 minutes. It will last us 50 minutes from now, and by 1:50 we'll come back and we'll have a chat. For me, I might take a break. When you see me pause there, you know maybe I'm eating. So that's it. So speak to you again once it's 1:50, and I wish you a happy and a very productive time. So it's another time, it's another break time, it's a break time, it's a mindful break time. Yeah, so we've been working since 10 a.m. till now, and you can see how fast the time goes and how relaxed you can be if you take break in between. It can be quite relaxing instead of just dragging it, and you keep going on and on and on. Is not the wisest thing to do. The break is meant for the wise, and let me check if there is any uh, yeah, there isn't any question, anything in the chat that we can discuss. So we continue with what we are saying. We are talking about managing multiple roles as a human being, as an adult, as a very productive person that you want to be, because none of us want to die with our ideas. We don't want to miss the right time to put our ideas down, or to influence the world, or to let people know that we are here. So you need to manage your multiple job, you need to manage your multiple roles in life. We have so much roles. You can be a worker, maybe in your office, the manager, that's what they know you as, or they know you as the doctor, they know you as the teacher. That's just one role out of so many roles in your life. And you might also be a parent, so you have people that you're taking care of. That is a full-time role, because some people are just sitting at home and taking care of their children, and that's a very big one also. And you might have other hobbies which doesn't take less time, like if you're a writer like I am, you will need time to do that also. And coupled with that, many of us still want to improve. We want to improve our skills, we want to improve our knowledge, we want to have more qualifications to get what we want in our jobs. So those are the things that needs your energy, they need your focus, they need your attention, they need your energy. So you need to plan well. If you don't plan well, one or two of those aspects of your life is going to suffer. So it's very important that you plan. It's very important that you know what you do, what you have to do in the next 1 hour. Don't always be the person that will wake up in the morning and you go to bed at night without any plan. Tomorrow the same way. And that is how you see people waking up from morning till night every day. Before you know it, is 1 year, it's 2 years, it's 7 years, it's 10 years, and time is just passing by. But if you are someone that wants to improve your productivity, you want to be productive, you want to have many outputs, you still want to manage all these roles and not allow any one of them to suffer, then I think it's time you sit and let's discuss it and how it works, because none of them should suffer. You shouldn't lose your job because you have a hobby. You shouldn't forget your hobby because you have a job, because there will be a time you're actually going to retire. After you retire, is that hobby that will keep you busy. That hobby will keep you thinking. It will keep you feeling like you are still very useful. So your hobby is too important to be left alone also. And you can't leave your family to suffer because you have a job. These things must be managed. And how do you do it? Is for you to make a realistic plan, not just an ideal plan, not what it works for everybody, because everybody is not you. So you are going to make a realistic plan. So if you are on break like we are now, please, you can have your drink, you can have your healthy snacks. If you want to listen into what we are chatting, then you can listen and maybe put in the chat what you think about what we are talking about. So having all these roles, being this one person that you have to do all these things, then is quite task, and it's something that is very demanding. It's not easy. It's not as easy as we just say it. Oh, she's a doctor. Oh, he's a lawyer. I mean, he's not just a lawyer. He's not just a doctor. He's not just a teacher. He's not just that trader. He's not just showcasing those wares that we are seeing. She is still another thing in another space, which means when you go home, she's a parent, or he's a father. When you go to another space, okay, he's somebody's friend and he must be there always. And you go to another space, you will see that yes, that this one is still a student, or maybe he's a researcher trying to improve or get another certificate or qualification in order to grow in his job and to maintain his dignity as a human being. Because if you stay on this at the same level for a very long time, you know what it means. unless I don't know for others, but you will need to do those. You need to improve yourself. So the first thing to do is to make a realistic plan. Planning is very important. Don't wake up every day and sleep every day without having a plan. When you make realistic plan, the first thing to do is to audit your time and know where your time goes. You audit every 30 minutes for the next 3 days and see each 30 minutes, where did my time go, what did I use it for. You know where to cut down, what to add, and from there you see where your time is leaking. Then you can go forward and plan your task and identify the priority task. The next thing you should do is to time block. Is very important. If you have identified your golden hours, the time you have the best clarity, you have the best focus, maybe early in the morning. Some people it might be in the day, I don't know, and some people it might be during the night. So if you know that time you work better, fix those things that you need to accomplish. Maybe the things that you use your brain to do, your things that takes your intellect. So use that time for it and protect that time. Again, you time block. You must divide your day based on the time. Between this time and this time I should be doing this each day. And don't plan based on the day. Plan weekly. Give it a weekly plan. This is what I have to achieve within a week, not just the day. So as you're sitting today, you know already what you ought to do tomorrow, what you ought to do next tomorrow. That is why if you are working in the corporate place, once there is any change in rota, all those things you see is very difficult. But some people, they can manage it, but that is not the best. The best thing to do anytime, any day, is for you to plan a week ahead. When you plan a week ahead, it will help you to accommodate your priorities and not miss out on anything. And another thing you need to do, not just planning ahead or planning a day, is to protect those your time block. If you have time block, you time block, like you put time to each between this time and this time I'm accomplishing this, between this time and this time, no matter what, unless it's an emergency. Be consistent. Try as much as possible to be consistent, but we are humans and things happens. So if that happens, that's what they call interruption. So it shouldn't be everyday thing. Maintain it. Before you know it, you get used to it. Like we said earlier, don't think that 30 minutes is small or that 1 hour is small. 1 hour in the morning, if you wake up by 5 or you wake up by 6, by 7 you are going to be preparing the kids. So you have between that 6 and 7, which is 1 hour, or 5:30 to 7, to read or to do whatever you want to do as an academy, or you want to do some research. That's a lot of time. 1 hour can do a lot for you if you stick to it every day. Let's just say you do that for 5 days a week. That's already 5 hours if you do only 1 hour. And you do the evening one after the kids, you are back from 5 to 6. You have done everything you need to do and everybody is relaxed and winding down, or maybe they are sleeping already. Then you start from 8 in the night to 9:30. That is 1 hour 30 minutes. If you do that in 6 days, you know what it is. It is 9 hours. If you add it to the 6 hours in the morning, that's about 15 hours. So it's even enough. It's enough for you to graduate when you have to graduate, when you ought to graduate. It's enough for you to put a lot of things in place. But some people will be thinking, oh, it's just 2 minutes, oh, it's just 30 minutes, it's not much, it's just 1 hour. That 1 hour can do a lot if you have your focus trained. If you train your focus, if you train your brain to work in short sprints like we are doing here, you can achieve a lot in 1 hour. You can achieve a lot in 30 minutes. So those are not times to waste. And after you have done that, you see you can relax, you can sleep, you can do it without guilt. Some people, when they are relaxing, they are thinking, oh, I haven't done this. They are guilty and they are thinking, oh, I would have finished this. Is because they did not prioritize and they did not use the time well. If you use your time well, you have enough time to rest. You have enough time to do all those your roles. You being a mother, a parent, being a full-time worker, you being a researcher or being a student, you can still do them all if you plan well. It's very important. But the secret is for you to be consistent. The secret is for you to protect those your time blocks, those activities that you have scheduled. Protect them as if they are appointments, just like you protect your doctor's appointment. You don't want to miss it, isn't it? So you know, only, oh, in the morning I must wake up by 5:30 to start So by 7, I've covered 1 hour 30 minutes. Okay, once the kids are sleeping by 8, I should start by 9:30. I have 1 hour 30 minutes. That's already 3 hours that day. And you went to work and you still have enough time. That is just how it works. So we are going back to our sprint time. Is another time of deep work, another time of focus, another time for us to focus on the priority task that we brought to the table. So let's work on it and see how far we go. You'll see that 50 minutes is quite a lot. So let's do our work for 50 minutes, then we can chat again 10 minutes. So it's our break time once again, and for everyone that has been there with us, you're welcome. And if you're on break now, you can stretch, you can have your meditation, or maybe just have your lunch, or if you haven't had your lunch, if you're having a late lunch. So that's also something you can do, or stretch and relax. It's time for your break. Take your mind off that work, take your hands off the work that you're doing, and you see your clarity return. And if in your area, because the mind is looking very gloomy and rainy, if it's not raining, you can go for a walk or stretch. Around 10 minutes is quite a long time to walk around, and you return to the walk, you gain clarity. And for those of us that are here to discuss, you can just pop it into the chat what you want us to talk about, but it should be around productivity, around studying effectively. And for me today, we've been talking about how to manage multiple roles as humans, as productive humans we are. I know that many of us, not only me, I know that this is a practical problem. It's something that many people battle with. They have a family, they have a full-time job, they are going to school or doing research because they want to improve or to have more qualification to improve in their job, and they have hobby that they are doing. You know, many times I'll mention this hobby and some people will be thinking, why hobby? Hobby is something you do when you have excess time. No, you don't do hobby when you have excess time. You do hobby because it's very important in your mental health. It's very important. It gives you joy, because hobby is just that work that is disguised as fun, because it makes you happy, it makes you relax. That's the things you do. Though you can still earn money from it, but it's something you do because you like doing it. It's not because of the pay. And why hobby is very important is this, if you haven't heard it, so listen very well, why you should develop a hobby, why you should have something doing outside the main work you are doing. You should have something like, maybe you do puzzles, maybe you do swimming, or you do some people, they even dance. All of them, all those kind of things, they are hobby. And some write, like me, I like writing and reading. It makes me relax, and I can write a long time. If I'm just writing stories, I don't stress, it keeps coming. So it's something that I like doing. And if you have a hobby, what it will do for you is that you have something that will keep you engaged even after your retirement. You know, the main work that you think is everything in your life is your all, and all is everything that you can do. In the morning you are thinking about it, at night you are thinking about that main job. Remember that one day you are going to retire, and when you retire, then what becomes of your life? That is when you ask people, what are you doing? Say, I have nothing doing now, I'm idle now. Is because they never planned for old age. They never planned for that time that they will be lonely. You know, if you did not have hobby, most times it will affect your social should I say social circle, because now you're no longer where you used to work. Those friends, they might be coming when you just retired. After 1 month, 2 months, they are going back. 1 year, you see that some of them are no longer there for you, or they have even been transferred, and before you know it, you are now on your own. But if you have hobby, which means you can meet with people that have the same interest with you, that is why it is important to have hobbies. So if you know how to knit, or you know how to sing, you can just go to your local group. You know, I don't know where you live, but it's good you search through those local group. You see the group of writers, you see those that are dancing, you see those that are singing, you see those that are knitting. I've seen a lot of them which I've registered, and some, yeah, you might think, okay, she's doing this and that and that. Yes, I should still have hobby, because at the end, after retirement, when you retire, then you'll be on your own. It's only that your hobby that will make you feel like, okay, you still have something doing, you still have a group to go to. So it's very important that you develop hobby. If you haven't done that, please do it. And look at the things that makes you happy, things that you can do. Is not because of the money that you are going to receive from it. If you look at how much knitted clothes cost, or maybe crochet, because crochet is the one you can't do with machine. Knitting, you can actually buy a machine and do some knitting, but crocheting is something that you must do with your hand. How much is a sweater? How much is a bag? But you will take a long time to do the crocheting, maybe 2-3 days, and yeah, it gives you joy. And now you have retired, you can just go straight to that club and register. So you take your things, you see so many people of different age groups in that place, and you will be happier. so it keeps you busy. It's very important. So when you are thinking about work, think after this work, then always think, so what? Because that is how to get the relevance of anything that you are working on. Even if you have this research, you have this outcome from the research, you have made a recommendation. If you are going to bring it to system change, the question is always, so what? If you have this, so what? If you are working now, so what? Is because you are paying bills and everything. At the end of it, when you are no longer working, what happens? And you are working because, okay, you go there, you see your friends, it makes you feel relevant, it makes you feel that you are important or you are contributing. Then after you go out of that job, so what? So that is why you should develop a hobby. It's very important. Develop so many things you can do as hobby. Gardening, there are so many gardening places you can just go and join a group, and you see many people working there that you can always go in the morning, go in the evening, you see them, you chat with people. Loneliness is something that you don't want to experience, especially in old age. Why I'm saying this is because I have had many old people around me, even those that I took care of. So it's something that you will need. You will need that company, you will need that socialization. So develop a hobby is very important. So you won't allow your hobby to suffer. You don't need to allow your work to suffer. You don't need to allow your family to be left behind. And if you are trying to improve yourself, which means you are going to be studying or researching, so you will need to manage your time. And the first thing to do is to plan, and is to make a realistic plan. It's not just to plan, it's not an ideal plan like people do their planning. They will tell you, okay, this one is very important, this, all of them are important. So you need to plan and time block. You need to allot your time to every time. You need to allot tasks to every time and follow it judiciously. What I mean is that you should follow it like you are following an appointment. You want to attend an appointment. You've said, okay, from in the morning when I wake up by 5:30, when I wake up by 6, I'm going to be reading for 1 hour. I'm going to be writing for 1 hour. I'm going to be doing this for 1 hour. That means you should wake up like you are going for a hospital appointment and do it. So if you have time blocked that way, all these ones that you hear people shouting, oh, there is no time, that's the first thing you need to work on. The time is complete. The time is 24 hours. The time is not going to get short because it's you. It's not going to get longer because it is you. You are not going to get more time. There is no more time anywhere. So what you need to do is to manage your energy, to manage your focus, to manage these 24 hours you have, which is quite a lot. If you are working with deep focus, with breaks, and you plan, you'll see that 24 hours is quite a lot. If you wake up in the morning, you do 1 hour, 2 hours of studies. If you want to improve yourself or you want to learn a new skill, you do that skill for 1 hour, 30 minutes. So by 7, you can take care of the kids or take care of yourself to go to work. Then you go to work by 8. You can work from 8 till 5 in the evening. If you return, you see some people, they will return, they will, because they have no plan. You see they are wasting time. 10 o'clock, 9 o'clock, they are still rigmaroling and walking around. But if you planned that, okay, 5, you are back, you have a family to take care of, you have friends to talk to, you have this your social gathering or your hobby to do. So you have 3 hours between 5 to 8 to do that. So by 8 is winding down time, isn't it? Then you go straight. You take your book, your paper, or the skill you are learning, you start studying. If you do that from 8 to 9:30, that's 1 hour 30 minutes. Plus the 1 hour 30 minutes you did in the morning, that's about 3 hours for the day. So if you do this, even if it is just 5 days a week, that's a lot to do. But what you see people do is, oh, I don't have time. It's just I need to rest, because they don't know what to do next. So you need to plan, not based on each day. Plan weekly. Let your plans be weekly, so you know exactly what to expect tomorrow. My children, even if you ask them now, where is your mom, where is she going tomorrow, I think most of them, they will know. They know that even years. Okay, what will she be doing the next? So it's quite easy. I know that there are some interruptions that happens, but it's not something that is often. Human being, we have complexity and things happen. So that's interruption, and I factor that in. And it's not that is a military regime. It's not something that must be done. It's not something that must be strictly done, but be consistent, and that is the secret. So this is the last part of the sprint time. We are entering the sprint time now, so we'll be focusing on our walk. The deep walk is 50 minutes, and after that it will be the break time. For the last one, we always do it 1 hour, then we end by 10 and by 4 and just wrap up, and that will be it for the day, and that will be for the week. I do this twice a week. That's Wednesday and Thursday, starting from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. each of these 2 days, making it 12 hours. So it's something you can try. It's something you can join me and do. If you have work, you have a lot to do. If you bring it and do these 12 hours, I'm telling you, clear your table. So let's focus and see what we can achieve in the next 1 hour. So we've come to the end of today's study work group, and for those that has been here, thank you so much. And remember, what we've been saying is actually very possible for you to manage different roles, multiple roles, as a parent, as a researcher, or a student, or you have other things that you are doing that is choking you, let me just use that word, and making you not to have time for other things. There is always a way of doing it, and the first thing is to be realistic with your planning. Plan over a week, don't plan within a day, don't just do daily planning. You need to do weekly planning, so you see exactly how much you have to do, and you have to prioritize your task, know what is important and what is not, what to give your energy and not, and what not to give your energy. Another thing you should do is also to time block, and when you time block, please respect the time that you allot to any task and attend to it as if you're attending to an appointment. Is very important. And we are also thinking, if you're a student, you don't just study hard, you don't just study always, but you need to study smart, which means you need to practice active recall, space repetition, mismatch. You should train your memory, have active recall ability, which means you should train it. Try to close the book and try to remember what you read. Try to read aloud, teach others. So you must study smart, not just studying hard. You should study actively, not just reading, because reading is a passive thing. You are not doing anything when you are reading, you are just reading it. But if you read and you write it down, you say it aloud, so you are participating actively, and that is how to study. And if you are studying or you are working, please know that yes, you are working is important, but your rest is also important, and it's one of the most important parts of you, because that is the time you take care of you, which is the most important part of your success story. You need to be there to be successful, so you need to rest. You need to take your joy very serious, which means you should look out for the things that makes you happy. You need to take your rest, because during the rest time, that is when you gain clarity, that is when you gain focus, that is when you take care of yourself. So schedule your rest. Don't wait till you are too tired. Don't wait till you are exhausted. Once you are exhausted, you are in recovery mode. And some of us, we already working in survival mode. We always on the go, we always on the run. No time to smile, no time to see the beautiful things around us, and we already in that mode and we are exhausted. That will be something that you don't want to be in, because then you are affecting your memory, your mental health, and that is not right for you. So schedule your rest before you go out to work any day. Make sure that you already stipulated at this time, between this time and this time, you fix it. I'm going to be resting between this time and this time. This is my tea break, this is my rest time. Is very important. So schedule your rest this week. Don't work till you are exhausted. Don't just keep going and you say, oh, you know, let me do one more minute, please. One more. That's how we take our break for granted, and that break is very important, because when you take rest, your body will relax. When you take rest, you gain clarity, you regain focus, you renew your energy, so you can function better, so you can be more productive, so you avoid mistakes. That is why some religious books say we should rest. So you avoid the devil, because sometimes if you did not rest and you get confused and so many things are going on, you see yourself making mistakes that you would not normally make. So it's better you take rest, because if you don't take rest, why we make that mistake is because if you don't take rest, your brain is going to take that rest one way or the other. So it's better you do it intentional. It's better you schedule that rest. So schedule your rest every day. Once you wake up, tell yourself, these are the times I'm going to rest. For the Pomodoro section we've been using, it's like you do your rest every 15 minutes, then you take 10 minutes rest, or you relax, you chat, you do whatever, and take your mind off the work, then you go back to it, so as to bring new energy, and it will help you to unblock whatever that is making you think too much or you couldn't solve. Because you gained the clarity, it makes life easier. So rest is very important. Sleep is very important. Eat is very important, and drink water. It's not only drinking water. Some people say you should eat water. It's not only eating water. You eat water. There was a day I was here talking about water, the things that the three most important things in human life. The first one is air, the second one is water, and the third one is food. These are the most important things that you need as a human. So if you if maybe one day I'll bring it back, you need to get clean air. Go out there and get clean air. You need to also drink water, not just drinking water, because your water, the highest percentage of your body is made up of water. So you eat things that are hydrating also, and you drink water. Water is very important. And you know, you bath or you soak your body in the water. You see how relaxing it is. So it's not only just eating it, it's not only just drinking it. You drink it, you put it all over your body when you shower, then you eat it. So it's very important. And you eat food. And when you eat food, please try to eat the rainbow. You know, there is this thing I've been pasting, the Rainbow Feast. Is a children book that I wrote. You can just go online and see it and support. It's a children book between 5 to 10 years, but that is just introducing children to healthy eating varieties of food. So for you as an adult, it's very important. Eat the rainbow, which means in that plate, in that serving that you receive, let it be many colors. Even if it is just fruits, let it be fruit of different colors. They have a way of taking care of your body. They are not the same thing. You know, once in science they will keep classifying, okay, this is vitamin A, this is vitamin B, but we know that there are so many things that we haven't yet identified, and the ones we have identified has even shown us that variety is very important. So eat variety of food. Eat variety of food from different sources. Not if it is grape, you find only grape, green, blue, red. So mix it with every other kinds of fruit and vegetable and let it be colorful. Make your plate colorful. It's very important. And I will meet you here again. That will be Wednesday by 10 a.m. and Thursday next week by 10 a.m. Also, remember, we always here Wednesday, Thursday. So join us 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. That's 6 hours. So if you are struggling to manage your time, you're a student, you're a researcher, you are working, you're a writer, please join us here. And this place we do the work. As we are doing the work, so we can chat during the break time. If you are here to chat with me, that would be very, very good. So I can chat with someone during that 10 minutes break each time, so we can make friends. Then we can also interact with others. Okay, I will say bye for now, and I will meet you here Wednesday again next week. So make it a date with me. Thank you for being there.